This is a day in the life of a dog groomer at Grand Style Pet Grooming in Tampa, Florida. Hang out with us during our all-day dog grooming live streams and enjoy our great chat community. All right, let's get busy. All right, while Kat is washing and blow drying my first dog, I am going to oil my blades and make shampoo. So let's get started. I've already blown all the hair off of the blades. Now I'm going to put oil on each of the friction areas while the clipper's running. Let's move the table this way just a hair. I see we have Opso Mom, Debbie M, Labby Mom, and Vereen here. Hello all. Good to see you guys. So last night I was on a mission to find my mother some trail mix with candies in it, a very specific brand. So I went to the store and I bought the only bag in the entire store. So I lucked out and was able to get it for her. She was very happy. So I posted a YouTube video on the group that I watched this morning, and then I also shared it to my videos, and I thought it really interesting. It talked about things I already knew based on brain studies with dogs and using imaging, brain imaging, when you see them, or when you can see what's going on in the brain of a dog during certain things. One thing I found really interesting is something I always knew. People always say you shouldn't make direct eye contact with a dog, and I've always said, especially as a groomer, that direct eye contact is huge, huge. And like I've told the story before, like when I took BB out to go potty when she was like 6 months old, and somebody set off fireworks when it was like a day or two before normal fireworks happen, and she liked to jump out of her skin. She jumped about 4 feet in the air straight up, and she was just about to head off to her first dog show, and I'm like, oh no, this is gonna have her scared of loud noises. And she looked up at me and made direct eye contact with me. And I made eye contact with her like, yeah, that was no big deal. That was nothing. And she's never been afraid of fireworks or thunder since. She's like totally cool with it. And, that kind of eye contact and reassurance is something that video explained and talked about. And I thought it was so cool. You know, like they say dogs don't like to be hugged. Well, most of the pets that I work on not only like to be hugged, they ask for it, and that's their reward. You know, it's interesting to me, the different viewpoints on it, but I thought that video was really good, so check it out. A lot of what it found, I found just by handling dogs, and I think it's really cool. So this alcohol is not so much for disinfection, it's more for dissipating any of the oil that might have seeped between the teeth and in the areas that are going to contact the dog's hair. That's what I'm using it for. The blades are disinfected after every dog. And when I blow off hair before I do them, I've brushed all the hair off and disinfected the blades all day, but sometimes hair will get trapped, you know, in these little crevices here that you don't brush out during the day. It just ends up in there. So every day before I oil my blades, I just blow them off and make sure that there's no hair in those areas like gaps that you won't reach with the brush during the day. So I was trying to find some newer brain imaging studies on dogs. Most of them that I found were a bit older, which surprised me. I would like to see some newer stuff, so I was searching for that. So the, you know, as these techniques improve, I'd like to see, you know, more brain imaging studies so we can understand more about what's going on inside a dog's mind, how their brain works. I like using alcohol wipes just to wipe off any excess. So I saw that picture of Monty, Opso Mom's new puppy. He's so cute. What a happy looking boy he is. He looks like he's going to be a really chill dog. Of course, going home with a very experienced pet parent's going to help with that. Well, I'm sticking to my policy of no high-risk grooms, period. We had one come in this morning that was badly matted. Badly, badly, badly. Looked like he hadn't been groomed in a very long time, and his cheeks and throat were totally encased. His ears were really bad. His legs and sides and under area was really bad. I had to refuse service because it was a high-risk groom. So I referred him to an animal hospital that offers grooming so that if he should get clipper burns or irritation from the groom due to the fact that he's really matted, the animal hospital that I referred him to can treat him. And I don't think it was his pet parent's fault. He looked like a service member and he was probably away for a while. But sadly, still a high-risk groom. Doesn't change it. So if I term it high risk, I'm not going to do it. So MK says, if your pet gets a rash, could it be from the tools not properly disinfected or just razor burn? It's neither. It's from having to go too close. And when you're using blades under mats and the mats are that bad, when the blade is going under the mat, it's pushing the mat up, and because the mat is so tightly adhered to the skin, it can pull the skin up with the mat as you're trying to get the blade between such a tight, hard space. And because it's pulling the skin up a little bit, you can get little tiny micro abrasions. And as you get those little tiny micro abrasions from having to go so close, the dog will, like within 24 hours, start scratching at it. Sometimes they start immediately. Also, when a dog is that badly matted, you can't see the skin, you can't feel the skin, and sometimes you find things under there that nobody knows is there, like yeasty kind of stuff, or the skin being compromised in any way. So it's those micro abrasions that can happen from having to clip so close. You have absolutely no choice that allows bacteria to set in. It's not the fault of the groomer. You have no choice. So that's why I consider them a high-risk groom. It's not that I am not wanting to do the hard work. I just don't want to accept the liability of it, right? So if in my experience I can tell that a dog will probably scratch at itself because it's been so matted and you peeled it off like an orange peel, or the dog can have the weight lifted off its ears and start head shaking, or start head shaking at the same time as scratching, it can cause hematomas on its ears. It can end up bloody raw. That's not the fault of the groomer. That is the result of the condition of the dog, regardless of why the dog got in that condition. So we can cite mental health could have been a problem. We can cite that somebody was away at war and came back, to find their dog in that condition. We can cite being on vacation and they let the dog swim in the pool. It doesn't matter the reason. It doesn't. The fact is that these injuries happen as a result of the matting. That's why groomers have you sign a release form. I don't even do that. I refer them out. All right, let's get busy. All right, Mr. Pally. Hey, handsome boy. Thank you. If Maisie gets here early, then we'll just split her, just get her started, and I'll take over on her. She usually does arrive 15 minutes early. All right, this is Mr. Pally. So one time I had a client who had been to me regularly, you know, like every 8 weeks or so for a while. And her dog was predisposed to clipper irritation because some dogs can handle a 7-blade. Some dogs can't handle anything closer than a 5 in certain areas. Some dogs you have to hand scissor and you can't use a clipper anywhere because they're so sensitive. And so this was a dog you couldn't even use a 5-blade on the belly. She was just so sensitive on her underside. And one time she came in matted. And when she came in matted, I explained to the pet parent, okay, she's matted under here and we're going to have to clip it. But knowing your dog's sensitivity and knowing what her skin usually looks like under the hair, I can almost guarantee there's going to be irritation. And this is back before I was, you know, just not accepting things altogether. You know, I knew it was going to be a high-risk groom, so I explained to her the high-risk nature of the groom. And explained to her that because of her dog's sensitivities and how close I was going to have to go, I could almost guarantee that there was going to be irritation. So she said to me, she's like, well, that's why I'm coming to you. You're a certified master groomer, and I expect that you will handle it without irritating her skin. So again, I reiterated that it's impossible to groom the dog without potentially causing irritation based on her dog's sensitivities. And she got mad at me. And she's like, you being a professional should know how to do it without irritating my dog's skin. And I said, it's impossible. It's impossible. And so I said, I won't be responsible for the vet bill should a vet bill come out of me shaving the underside of the dog. She refused to leave her dog with me, and she left, and she never came back because I told her the truth. And I was refusing to pay for a vet bill should one arise ahead of time, making it very clear. And that was kind of sad, you know. It's like we as groomers, we either need to like lay down the law or keep our mouth shut, you know, because we kind of get bullied into doing these things sometimes. And, you know, it's like, it's a high-risk groom regardless, you know. There's nothing we can do. So I was watching a court case this morning on a matted cockapoo that the groomer shaved, and the dog did end up with hematomas and some irritation under the ears and on the neck from the clippers. And the groomer told the pet parent in advance, the dog is matted, there's risk of irritation. And she had the pet parent sign a release form stating that, you know, that there was a risk and that the dog may need veterinary attention after the groom. And so the pet parent signed the agreement and then was still trying to sue the groomer, saying it wasn't that matted, that she brushes the dog once a week and she combs it, and she knew it wasn't that matted and they shaved it anyway and blah, blah, blah. And so this groomer was smart and she brought her veterinarian with her. And her veterinarian, she almost lost the case until the veterinarian stepped up as a witness and said, yes, when dogs are matted like this, hematomas are common. This is what happens when you allow your dog to get matted, and they have to shave it off. And so the groomer ended up winning the case because not only did she have the release form, but she had her veterinarian as a witness saying, yep, this is exactly what happens due to the pet parent not keeping the dog properly brushed. So in the end, it's the pet parent's issue. But that's really hard to understand, isn't it? And that's why I like to show the cleaning and disinfecting of the blades between dogs, the disinfecting of the shampoo bottles, the disinfecting of the tub between dogs. That way, you know, that eliminates that question that, like MK brought up, could it be dirty blades? Not here. Good boy. I watched another dog court case this morning, which I found interesting. 10:30, which I thought was interesting. You know how you have the leash law? Well, I learned today that in many states, a retractable leash does not constitute a leash. So if you have your dog on a retractable leash, you may not be complying with the leash law. The leash has to be 6 feet, period, in many states. I did not know that. I don't like retractable leads personally. And like if I'm going anywhere, say, where I need control of my dog, I would never use anything shorter than or longer than a 6-foot lead. In my backyard, a retractable leash is fine. Anywhere outside of my backyard, absolutely not. And that's because your dog is too far away from you for you to have control of them, and therefore they're not on a leash. Interesting information, isn't it? And somebody had their dog on a leash, and their retractable leash, and their dog got attacked by another dog. And he was trying to sue the other dog's owner, and he partially won, but he didn't win as much as he should have because the dog was on a retractable lead and thereby out of his control. Interesting, huh? Now, even though I know dogs are not in your control when they're on a retractable leash, I never knew that it wouldn't fit in with the leash law because it's still on a leash, right? But then again, is it? And I don't know if that's in Florida law, but I do know it is in some states. For me, when I'm in public, say like if I'm going to the vet or whatever, I'll use a 6-foot leash, but it's always held in one hand and in the other with a light J in the leash for looseness. And they're always right at my side, trained to heel. And then I always practice my obedience when I'm in the waiting room. So I'll have my dog sit and wait, you know, or down if he's a little extra worked up because another dog is staring at him or whatever. Then he does a down stay. And so I just reinforce my training whenever I have the opportunity. When I'm paying, he's in the heel position in a sit, waiting. Perfect opportunity for training, no matter how old they get. Never pass up a training opportunity with your dog. So I realized something the other day. I never like formally trained BB obedience. And so she did some agility, but she went straight from like earning her grand championship in the show ring to in confirmation classes, and she learned enough of the basics of weight and all that in the confirmation classes that we went straight to agility. But I never trained her formal obedience. And she knows sit, wait, down, all that just from learning at home, but I never trained her for the recall. Like saying, BB, come. Never trained her that one. And my husband was complaining because she doesn't listen to him when he calls her when she's outside. And she goes on lizard hunts and she gets like over enthused and like ignores. And I told him I never trained her that. Like, she doesn't understand what you're saying because I never taught her that. He goes, well, she knows what I mean. And maybe she does, but she's never been trained the recall. So I think I need to train BB the recall. I need to work on that. She may be 9 years old, but it's never too late. Because she officially does not know that one. She knows stand, stay, wait, down, sit. She does not know recall. So I guess that'll be my job over the next couple of weeks, is training her recall. Yes, BB did not discover lizards and lizard hunting until about 4 months ago, and she's 9 years old, or she will be. In November, she'll be 9. And about 4 months ago, she discovered lizards. And now her nose is in overdrive, hunting lizards when she goes outside. Even if she doesn't see one, she's looking. And she's just laser focused. That's all she can think about. It's ridiculous. And it's so annoying because you're trying to get her to go potty and she's like, no, I'm hunting. Leave me alone. And it's like, baby, go potty. No, I'm busy. It's driving us crazy. And we can't just let her have time to hang out outside because hawks. Our area has a lot of hawks. So you can't just let her hang out. We've also got coyotes. We've had a bobcat in our backyard. We've got fox. Excuse me. So just letting her hang out outside's not an option. So the only time she gets to go hunt is when she goes out to go potty and we're standing there with her. And I try to give her time, but it's like, it's hot out there. All right, Mr. Pally. So Pally and I used to have this fun game that we would play every time he got done being groomed. We started it, I don't know, about a year ago. And every time he got done, he would always do this little growl at me. And I would pat his back end. And then he'd go, rah, 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 and then he'd give me a bunch of kisses. And it was like he looked forward to it on every groom. And so we would play this little game as like his reward after he got done. And then all of a sudden, he started growling at me as soon as I handed him off to his pet parent. And he never used to do that. And so I continued the game with him for a couple of visits after he started growling at me when I handed him off to his pet parent, and it got more and more intense. And the only thing I could relate it to was our game that we were playing, where he was growling at me when I would pat his back end and then he'd give me a bunch of kisses. So I thought he was enjoying it. But then I realized that either number one, maybe he wasn't enjoying it, and it looked like he was, kind of like when you play at the I'm gonna get you game with your dog, and like you're gonna get his feed or you're gonna get his toy, and then it intensifies and it turns into resource guarding. So like my husband's not allowed to play that I'm gonna get your toy game with ammo, because ammo will intensify into resource guarding in lickety split, right? And so I've seen it happen a couple of times, and a couple of times you forget and it's like, I'm gonna get it, and he's like, you know. So it kind of turned into like resource guarding with his parent. So sorry, sometimes games you think are fun with your dog aren't really fun to the dog. And while they may act like it's fun, it's not fun, right? So I think that's what was happening. Either it was fun, but it was a growly thing, so he started resource guarding his pet parent, or he's like, okay, I have my dad here, so now I can really get you. I don't know. But his dad's been like, you know, why is he doing that? Why is he trying to bite you? Why is he growling at you? And I'm like, do you ever watch our live streams? Because Pally's really good to work on. And, you know, I told him what I think's happening. But, so that's why I don't play Pally's game anymore. And he's kind of waiting for it. He's like, that's how I know I'm done. But instead, I'm just trying to keep him calm and quiet until his dad arrives, instead of playing with him. Right, Pally? Yeah? But you stay calm and quiet. And I try to keep him on the table till his dad arrives too, because he does like to leave his P-mail address for the girls, don't you, Pally? Hmm? Do you like to leave your P-mail address? He's a good boy. It's all right. You're going to stay here with me. We're not playing the game. No, we're not. There he is. There's your dad. All right. Here he is.
Do you have like a remaining schedule for this year that I can get from you?
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Okay. Okay.
It'll be $85. It's a good boy. All right. So, oh, thank you, buddy. He's a sweet boy. Yes, you are.
Okay.
There he is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know why you do that.
It's just a new thing he's developed. Bye, Pally. Thank you. All right, let's get everything disinfected. Sorry for all the coughing and clearing on my throat today. I think it's just my allergies going crazy. Am I going to start using fall decor on the dogs? It's only August, but the stores seem to be on board crazy. No, I saw that Walt Disney World is having the horror nights or whatever it's called already. I'm like, it's August and they're already doing Halloween. Like, no. We are doing back to school theme though. So we have some really cute primary colors for the pom-pom colors for the girls. We have back to school ribbons and we have some cute pencils bandanas. So they're adorable. So that's what we're doing for right now. Before that, we were doing watermelon colors for the bandanas, or for the girls' bow collars, or pom-pom colors, I should say. All right, let's go mix some shampoo real quick. So one thing I'm going to be trying my hand at is, in addition to these live streams, I'm going to try a few on another major platform, but they only allow 1 hour. So I can't do it in conjunction with our regular streams. So I set up another phone to record like little 1 hour sessions. The only thing is, like, I need to test out, can I wear a microphone on one side and a microphone on the other side and have them both wireless and one going to my Mac and one going to the other phone? Like, are they going to interfere with each other is my worry. You know? So it's like, is this gonna work? Because like, one, I won't have my like platform that I'm using unless I do it another way. But if I do it the other way, then they can only be 1 hour streams. They can't be all day streams. So I don't want to do that. So I'm trying to negotiate my way around about live streaming every dog I groom on YouTube, while also live streaming 1 hour videos on another platform. It's like, ugh, trying to figure it out. Like, how can I actually do this and make it work? So there are like Streamlabs or whatever where you can multi-stream to all the platforms at once, but again, I would have to only do 1 hour streams. So these were soaked in disinfectant. Now we're rinsing the disinfectant before we mix the products. Everything is squeaky clean. All of our mixing containers are disinfected daily. Alright, how'd I lose the lid? I lost the lid. How could I lose the lid? Huh. It's gotta be here. But it's not. Very, very strange. It just ran away from me. Huh. How could it just run away from me? It's not in there. It's not down there. It's not under there. Huh. Don't you hate it when you just lose things for no good reason? That's okay, I have backups. It'll turn up. Shorter? Okay. Hi, Miss Maisie. I did contact your appointments that weren't confirmed, especially the one later this afternoon who sometimes cancels. I said if you aren't going to make it, be sure to leave us a message. She hasn't left a message, so I'm assuming she'll be here. Charge this. Next up is Maisie, the Beaver Terrier. She's already had a bath. Let me split her for cat. So if nobody fills the 11 a.m. spot when Murphy gets here, you can wash and dry him. Is there something in the air? Miss Maisie. What are you doing? Huh? What are you doing, Scuttlebutt? You're a little Scuttlebutt. That's what you are. That's a good girl. Good puppy. Good puppy. Don't eat the hair. That's really not necessary. Good girl. Up, up. Good. I know it, baby. She's a good baby. She's a good baby. She's a good baby. Yes, he is. Come here. Good girl. Yes, you good puppy. Come here. Good. That's very good, Macy. It's all right. It's okay. So your 9:30's a no-show too? She just booked yesterday. Wow. It's really getting annoying. Ugh. That's a good girl, Maisie. It's okay. You're a good baby. Yes, 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 you are. You're a good baby. I know. You're a very good baby. You're a very good baby. Alright, back to work. We gotta get back to work. We can't play all day. No, we can't. And your people are not here, no matter what you think. Yes, I have rearranged my room. I have indeed. Let's push this way a little bit. All right. Sit still. I wanted to have extra room to walk around behind my table, which was the reason for rearranging it, so that I could walk around and get to the other side, but my toolbox was wider than the little cabinets that I'm using right now. And so I took one of my cabinets out of another grooming room and moved it in here and created the whole shelf across, because those are 3 smaller cabinets and it worked great. And now I have my toolbox behind me. So I still have access to that as well. So now I have extra storage, which is awesome. And I built all of those little cabinets myself. They came in as gazillion pieces when I bought them. But they were pretty easy to put together. Just took time. And everybody knows I have lots of extra time, right? Does anybody miss the days when you could buy cabinets already put together? Like, does everything have to come in a flat box these days? Don't they know that some of us would like to buy our furniture put together already? I mean, that used to be a thing. Things would be put together and you buy them put together. Now everybody has to build it themselves. Even my big white toolbox came in a gazillion pieces. My husband had to put that thing together, and it was not easy. And we actually bought 2 of them, so we had 2 to put together. It was challenging. I do think the cabinets are a much nicer touch for a salon than a toolbox, like a mechanic's toolbox. I think while the mechanic's toolboxes are very efficient, I think the salon feel of the cabinetry is much better. Hi, Sophie. Okay. She flicked her ear into the scissor. I felt something, but I think it was just hair. It was. Whew. I must have just caught a thick piece of hair when she did it. You know how fast they can flick those ears?
She's a twitchy one.
Yes, she is. Up, down, around, around. I'm a pancake. No, I'm super excited. No, I'm scared.
You'd like me to help say maybe your dog have to do so, or I could run home and do some chores so you don't have to worry about them. You can come back later.
Yeah, you can do that because Sophie won't let you. She's sensitive.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I'll put
Why
some
not?
Stuff and you don't have to worry about what I'm doing. I'll come back later.
Okay. Here, you're all pretty. See what your head looks like. It looks crooked. That's what it looks like. Let me see. Stay. All right, here's Miss Maisie, all pretty. Let's put her up front. Hurry. Let me see what your head looks like. Maisie, hello. Look at me. Let me see. It's so hard to see sometimes because they're perpetual motion. There we go. That looks pretty good. That looks pretty good, Miss Maisie. We have mail. This one is from Laney Ltd. This should be enough rubber bands to get us through Christmas. Each package is 850 bands. So this is the size we use and the brand. 5/16 inch, medium size, medium weight. They work perfect for our bows. And is that everything? Just a receipt. We get those from LaneyLTD.com. Hopefully they sent me straights this time, because when I ordered them last week they sent me curves and I need straights. Yes, they are straights. Woohoo! Just like these. It's my new favorite shear. Love, love, love. I needed a backup pair. So when the other ones have to get shipped out for sharpening, so I'm going to ship them out because they're a serrated edge. And I want to keep the serrated edge on them. So I'm going to ship them out to Kimchi when they get dull and have them sharpened there. Because one time of removing that serrated edge, if my scissor sharpener is in a hurry, which he usually is, then it'll be gone forever. The Laney bands are the best bands on the market. They come in multiple colors. I just stick with the clear for now. I used to use matching bands with all my bows, and when my poodles would get tied up top knots, they would have bands that were seasonal and all that and fun. But these days it's clear and clear only. Alright, next up is Sophie. Sophie is Havajan, half Havanese, half Bijan, I believe, if I remember correctly. All right, next. Trying to adjust my camera. I think that's good. See if that works. Yeah. Okay. All right, Sophie, where are you? Here you are. Hi, honey. What's the matter? Come here. Come here, Sophie. Hi, honey. That was a sweet kiss. Are you kissing my cheeks? Hmm? Are you kissing my cheeks, Sophie? Here's Miss Sophie. How you doing, Mama? He's all right. Come here. I'm gonna go check out Maisie. Be right back. Green style dog grooming. This is Suzanne. May I help you? right to the tub. Here we go. So one of the challenges with this dog's coat is getting her fluffy enough. So I'm actually going to try the number 1 from Royal Crown, the BioVite OB shampoo. And I'm going to see how the number 1 affects her coat. I'm thinking it'll give me the fluff that I want. But we shall see. Oops. Because her coat doesn't need any extra conditioning. It's in such good shape, and it is so already, you know, it already has that texture of the conditioner through it. So we really don't need that. So I'm thinking the number 1 will give me the right effect that I'm looking for. Fingers crossed. So when I'd stopped streaming last year was when I decided to have employees, and I didn't want to subject the employees to the streaming. But after Kat was here a while, we had talked about it, and she didn't have a problem with the streaming as far as, you know, being caught on camera every now and then, or her voice being caught or whatever. So, and once she was all settled in and she was good with it, then I started streaming again. But I really wasn't going to stream anymore because I wanted to have employees, and I didn't want to stream with the employees here. But it worked out. She was just the right fit, and it fits into the streaming good and all that. So I decided to go ahead and stream. But I don't plan on bringing anybody else in. I was thinking of having a bigger team, but it's just not in the cards. It's not what we want to do. Really like having this smaller scale, quiet, select clientele that I have. And when you end up with too many people, you've got to have too many dogs, and then you've got to cut your standards to some degree in order to have that many dogs. And, you know, having a receptionist is great, but it means I have to groom 3 more dogs a day to pay her. And that doesn't work out for me because that's that much more repetitive motion and lifting and handling on my body. So I decided, you know, going to the front myself, getting that break between dogs, doing less dogs is actually good for me. And so having a bigger team is not something we want to do. So I like doing the cleaning myself. I like handling my clients myself. I like the break time it gives me between trimming on the dogs. It's good for me. If I was an absentee owner, then you would have to have 1 groomer just to pay for the receptionist. Then you'd have to have 3 groomers to pay the rent and the expenses. And that would mean you'd have to do a lot of business to keep all those people busy just to pay bills. But I'm not an absentee owner. I'm very much hands-on. I'm here. I'm doing the work. Good girl. Must be a backup from a truck. That was loud. Did y'all see that video of that husky that turned himself upside down on the table? Like, oh my gosh. So the way the groomer was walking back to the dog, and the way he had a belly band on, and he also had the neck loop with the cross tie over. What it looked like happened to me is somebody walked away from the dog on the table, and then the dog apparently kind of tried to jump off the table, and then I'm just speculating, had the neck loop tighten on the neck, and then started gator rolling and flipped himself upside down, and then was all tangled up in the belly band and the cross tie and the neck loop upside down. And if you look closely, you can see his tongue is turning a little bit blue because all of that is tightened around his neck because of the way he gator rolled into all that. And so he's flipping upside down, kind of caught, and the groomer's laughing at him, calling him a dork, and videoing him. And then it looked like they were already on some sort of live stream from the other side. So like, oh my gosh, I'd like to see what happened before and after. See if the groomer walked away from him, had her back turned, how that would even be able to happen, you know, because I don't see that happening with her standing there with her hands on him, right? I mean, I know they gator roll and they flip around, and a big dog, they could end up in that position. But to be laughing and filming instead of getting that off his neck is stupid. Just stupid. I shared the video onto our Facebook group if you haven't seen it, but it's really stupid. I know dogs do dumb things. I'm fully aware of that, but it's not funny. You have to get that off their neck immediately. Because when they gator roll and they're on a neck loop, it tightens. When you have something as big as a husky gator rolling, that's a problem, for sure. And that's one of the reasons why I love my clients being able to see their dogs being worked on, because they don't have to worry about such things. One of my clients picked up from the other day, and her dog was being really fussy on its face. And I told her that the dog was being really fussy on the face. And so I said, did you watch the live stream? She said, no. And I said, well, you should go back and watch it, because she's out of character fussy on her face, which could either be senior behavior setting in, or it could be pain in her mouth or pain in her eyes. Sometimes it's glaucoma and such. So she went and watched the video. Then she scheduled a dental. And the vet just contacted her and said, yep, definitely some very bad teeth in there. So I would imagine next time she comes in, she's going to be much better because the teeth are out. And that's one of the benefits of the live stream, even when they're not behaving, you know, perfectly. We can, as the pet parent and the groomer, say, okay, this is bothering her, don't know why, need to investigate. And the pet parent can see what I'm talking about. So instead of me saying, oh, she was a little fussy on her face today, you know, it's like, she was fussy on her face today, perhaps you should go watch. so that we can, get through this together. And then she can watch and say, oh yeah, that's pretty serious. That's not normal. And when they can watch them time after time, they can see what's normal and what's not normal and what the dog's doing. And I love that about our live streams. Good girl. Yes, you're a good baby. Yes, you're a good baby. Good girl. That's a good baby. Come on. Install dog grooming. This is
verification line regarding your Google profile ranking and visibility status.
And so it begins. And so it begins, huh, Sophie? Yeah. And so it begins. I'll be right back. Turn. Come on, turn. That's a good girl. Up. Good girl. Don't go nowhere. Good girl. fine. Excuse you, Sophie. Good girl. Yes, you're a good baby. Yes, you're a good baby. Come here. Come on. Oh, you're a good baby. See? Miss Suzanne loves you. Yeah. Good girl. You know, that video we were talking about earlier about dog brains and the staring into the eyes as the form of communication and how they read you. And, you know, so many of my clients' dogs just stare like deep into my soul when I'm working on them. And it's so much a thing, you know, that not only I see it, but people who watch see it. But, you know, they just constantly are just staring in my eyes. And for the dogs who are super hyper or, you know, get over rambunctious, I can't look them in the eye at all. I have to avert my eyes from theirs because they're so ready for any communication whatsoever. And they take it from the eyes first. And if I look at them, they're like, woohoo! It's pretty funny. But dogs really do communicate through eye contact, don't they? And they read you through eye contact. They read your intention. If her pet parent's watching, she'll be finished in about 5 minutes. So 11:55. Grand Style Dog Grooming. This is Suzanne. May I help you? Fine. How are you? We're not interested. Thank you. be right back. I hate it when you make one cut you weren't expecting to make on a dog and it just totally takes away from the whole haircut. She had her ear flipped back when I was scissoring the lines over her ears, and she's got very expressive ears. They fold forward or flip back really good. And she had it flipped back, and I thought it was down when I made a certain cut. And then I had to match the other side up so it looked balanced. It's like, well, that's not what I was intending. Still looks cute, you know, but it's not what I was intending. It's cut a little deeper than I want right there. That's just the way it goes sometimes. That's why I always tell my clients I don't do perfect because there's so many variables. And you just, sometimes your scissors at the wrong angle or whatever, and you end up with a cut you don't want. Or the dog's leaning into it and it causes like one thing to go higher than it should. That's why I call them maintenance grooms. They're not perfection. Just is what it is. We do the best we can. They still look adorable. And everybody will be happy. Right, Sophie? Everybody will still be happy. You can go home. Say goodbye, Sophie. She's still adorable, even though Suzanne's messed up my ear. I do not dye dogs at all. I don't enjoy it. I'm not against it or for it. I just don't enjoy it. And I gotta enjoy my life. You know what I mean? And there's permanent dyes and semi-permanent dyes and dyes that wash out. But it all depends on the texture of the dog's coat. Like if you used a product that washes out on Sophie, it would last for a lot longer than it would on a coarse coated dog. That must be your mommy. It must be your daddy. Who is it? Is it your mommy or your daddy? It's your mommy.
Yes,
Hi.
I saw her. She was doing okay.
She did very good. It'll be 85. She's a good girl.
She was pretty good today. Did she have a lot of snacks?
Nope. She was in perfect shape. Couple little tiny minor ones, but for the amount of hair she had, that was totally expectable. But yeah, she was in great shape.
Yeah, we try to brush her at least once a week. Because when she gets wet, even with the rain, we're like, oh no. You gotta be
Exactly.
dry right now, come here.
Exactly.
Like
You have
me.
learned.
They're like, no. No matter where we are, I have a brush with me.
There you go.
She's funny.
She is a funny dog. Very sensitive and very sweet all at the same time. She's just
She
very...
looks at you like a soulful person.
Yeah,
A person.
She just stares.
Yeah, like she's reading you.
Mhm,
Yeah.
and
This
she
her
is.
best buddy.
Oh, look at
He'll
him.
be 3 next week. Can you believe that? It's been 3 years.
He's precious.
I mean, I'm going tomorrow, so You know, so we'll see.
Yeah.
So 3 years old.
Wow.
We made, I always say we made it. But him and Sophie gets along, but he gets along with every dog in the neighborhood. He's like a
Yeah.
dog whisperer.
How
Back,
cool is that?
I mean, I was like, maybe it's just something in his nature. I told Chaz, I said, just watch him. And Chaz is like, well, I do, but he knows which dogs are safe.
Yeah.
You know, like he went to his babysitter's party. Look at
Mm-hmm.
this dog.
Oh, wow. That's a gorgeous
He's
dog.
just like, whatever. I mean, this is a dog we really, really trust.
Yeah.
But he'll just go up and try to ride him. And now he's so big, we're like, Harbor, you can't ride him. When you're a baby, you can ride him. You can't, he's not a horse.
He's
But the
got
dogs-
beautiful hair.
Oh, God, don't I wish. Look at this, straight.
Yeah.
Throw it.
I know. I hear you. All right, Sophie. I don't know if you heard on the video, but I made one little miscut on her ear. So if you notice it looking wonky, that's why.
Oh, no, Yorkie.
Hi, Sophie.
Oh, say thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Hey, Suzanne,
Uh-huh.
did you say you're not, no more other employees this year?
No, Kat's still
Just you
here.
and Kat.
Yeah.
You tried, man.
Well, I didn't. I ended up doing too many dogs to pay the front desk person, and it was killing my arm.
Yeah,
I could
was
feel
like-
it
I
immediately.
could see you still were coming in a little bit on Saturdays more. And I was like, wait a minute, what's she doing? And I know from running the law office, just for paralegal, now with whatever, I just do it myself.
Yeah. It's much easier.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You know.
No, I'm happy
Social
with it.
Security tax was killing us.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. Bye.
Thank you. Client was leaving with a dog, and a pit bull type was out there barking at her. It's always scary. I see you guys in the chat talking about dying dogs and how popular it's become, and it has become a lot more popular because my theory on that is that dog grooming competition show that they had on TV a while. I forget the name of it. Some of the groomers that were on that show who were doing very well in the competition. Number one, the show was about dog groomers and them competing against each other, but it all involved a lot of extreme dye jobs, right? Like very artistic extreme dye jobs. And then out of that, some of the groomers that were in like the top 3 got huge social media following. And their salons do a lot of the extreme dye jobs, and it's promoted through their social media pages. So it's made it, you know, whereas everybody used to hate it and just scream about it, now on their pages, like nobody complains, and they've got millions of followers. I might be exaggerating there. I don't know. Let's see how many followers they have. Like one of them that I was thinking. Here we go. So his page, he's got 2 million followers. Yeah, I knew it was in the millions. So let's pull up his page here. So 2 million followers. And as you can see, his work is heavily dyed. With that many followers and that much of a presence on Instagram, you can see why dyeing dogs is a lot more popular, right? I mean, that's basically what the business is. And his work's beautiful, for sure. But everybody wants to see more of it, and nobody's complaining. And you know, if Joe Blow, the everyday groomer, tried to do it, we would just get so much hate. But because somebody with that big of a following and that much TV presence and everything, they get nothing but praise. And it doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't. It's like if you have the following, you can do whatever, you know? But like I said, I'm not against it or for it. It's just not what I want to do. And you can make a fortune. There's a girl in Georgia who does gorgeous, gorgeous dye jobs. I mean, it's total art. But she charges an average of $800 a dog, and that was like 5 years ago. She's probably charging more than that now, and people pay it over and over again. $800 a dog. She books one dog all day. It takes all day to do the work. And a lot of them are like black dogs. So not only do they get colored, they have to have their natural color bleached out, removed, and then the bright color put in. So, you know, that's, to me, that's a lot on the dog's skin. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. I'm so careful about dog's skin and their coat and their condition that I'm not saying it's bad for them. I'm not saying that at all. I would just worry myself sick. Like, is he going to be itchy when he goes home? Is he going to scratch at himself? You know, is he going to have an upset tummy for some other reason and they're going to blame it on the dye? You know, I'm a worrywart, I guess. And all these people do it and they do it fine, but it's just me. I can't. Because I'd worry myself sick. Not that the dye would cause the problem, but something else would happen. Like the dog would have pancreatitis and all of a sudden it's my fault. You know? I'm overly cautious. Yeah, the black dogs, they have to remove their natural color first. All right. Let's get the next one started. See if I can pull up her page real quick. I don't have time for this, but let's see. So here's some of her work. She does beautiful work too. But you can see, like with the Yorkie, how you would have to remove his natural color first. Or like the black Pomeranian, you'd have to remove his natural color first. See the black Pomeranian? How could you even get that pattern on him without removing the natural color? Black Shih Tzu or Lhasa or whatever, you've got to remove the natural color to put it on. There's no other way. But she does some really cool stuff. I just could never. Like this one's a black dog. All right, back to it. Come on, Bubba. And I'm a very artistic person. I love art, but I don't know. It's not for me. I like dogs just being dogs with cute haircuts. That's what I like. I don't know how people do it anyway. It's so hard just keeping dogs happy for, you know, these little 1 hour haircuts. It just doesn't seem, I don't know how they do it. I just don't. Just keeping them relaxed is a lot, don't you think? And then what if the client's not happy with the art that you produce? What if they're like, I don't like the design, can you change it? No. Or they pick it up and they're like, I'm not paying $800 for that. And you just spent your whole day doing it and turned away 8 dogs that were paying to do it. No. Could you imagine? All right, to the tub. Besides that, dogs are cute enough on their own. They don't need much help to be cute. Do ya? See, we're cute just as we are. Yeah. Murphy's cute. Yes, you are. Ugh. Did I break it? I think I did. It's not working right. I broke it. Yep, I did. Oh well. Luckily I have another one. The popular groomer that is seen all over the place right now too, Grooms by Logan. He got his start with Gabriel of Instagram too, the one that does all the coloring. And he does beautiful work. Logan does. Beautiful, beautiful work. So does Gabriel. You know, as far as the quality of the scissor work and the breed standard styles and all that. Very, very nice work. So they deserve all the recognition for what they do because they are fabulous groomers. It's a good boy. No, not yet.
Oh gosh, you know what? I heard the ding, and I just assumed it was you. I'm so sorry.
It'll be about 15 minutes.
Sure, I'm just gonna lay this chair here so I don't lose it.
All right.
Thank you for saying.
You're welcome.
Easy, good Chloe.
Good boy. Come here. Good boy, come on. Come on. Oh, you gotta get handsome, little man. And your mama's waiting on you. We don't have time to goof off. Gotta get straight to it. Yeah. No goofing off. I know you're a good boy. Yes, you are. You're a very good baby. You know, for years, dyeing dogs in Florida was illegal. It wasn't until we had Rick Scott as governor and he changed the law so that animals could be dyed. But before that, it was illegal. You couldn't do it. And that all stemmed from, I think, the 1930s. People were selling ducklings and bunnies by the roadside and chicks that were colored for Easter. And so, because they were colored, somebody made a law way, way, way back then here in Florida that you couldn't dye animals. And so, yeah, all the way up till Rick Scott, which I believe he was the governor right before Ron DeSantis, if I remember correctly. So since I've always groomed in Florida, for most of my career it was illegal. And they were having grooming competitions all over the country with the dyeing and the coloring and creative grooming. But you couldn't have it here. They couldn't even compete here. Just a little fun fact. It's probably why you don't see many Florida groomers at all doing it still, because most of us came up in this area. And so it's just not something that we did. I used to see the covers, a Groomer to Groomer magazine with the colored dogs on covers from the grooming competitions, because Groomer to Groomer magazine, you know, is Barclay Publications, and Barclay Publications, I'll be right back. They promoted the contest that had the coloring. You don't have to finish drying her. You can move on to yours. I'll be done with the one I'm working on in just a minute. Come on, Hughes. All right, Mr. Noisy Pants. right back. Hi.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Not too bad. Just need your autograph real quick.
Thank you.
There you go.
I got it.
I got you.
Thank you. Good
There
enough.
you go.
Thank
Have a
you.
good day.
You too. She's grown to be one of my favorites. I love that little dog. Her and her little grumpy, growly self. Be right with you. All right, buddy. Say goodbye. And there he is.
Thank you. Oh, he looks
Thank you.
adorable. Thank you, Suzanne.
Have a great day.
You too. Bye.
Bye. So Mia's already had her bath. Gonna finish drying her and get her finished. Little Miss Mia, the miniature schnauzer. Let's get to it. me before. I didn't listen then, and I'm not listening now. We're still gonna do it. Good girl. Good girl. Ooh, good girl. Up, up.
you are. You're doing very, very good. I'm so proud of you, Stan. Good. There's him. Here's your hand, Marcy. Here's Miss your hand, upset girl. She's that little. I love that girl. She's just the bestest schnauzer. Yes, she's just the bestest schnauzer. After Mia, we'll be doing a new Maltese named Daisy. She's 13 years old. And we're gonna do like a puppy cut on her. Turn. If Mia's people are watching, it'll be about 1:45 when she'll be ready.
Okay.
the back. Text your people.
Let's get Daisy in the tub. You're fine, Mia. Your people are coming. They're gonna come save your little self. Hi, Miss Daisy. Actually, we're gonna take you to the table and knock off some of that beard. You have way too much beard, ma'am. So her mom gave me free reign over her haircut for this first visit. And personally, I think the beard is out of balance with the body. So I'm gonna bring the beard into balance since I have a choice. It's also got a lot behind the ears. She gets her groomed every 2 weeks, but you can see all this behind the ears. I just don't think it fits for my personal taste. So what I'm gonna do is bring this up. And if you don't want something done, don't give your groomer free reign because they're gonna take it. But I did bring up the face and I said, do you like her face that long before I did it too? Just to make sure, because some people do have their own particulars that they like. But I don't see any sense in blow drying all this if I'm not going to keep it. How are you, Miss Daisy? You're going to like it here. So if she decides to stay, she is seasonal. She goes between 2 different states. But when she's here, she does every 2 weeks. So I've already got time blocked out for her every other week if she decides that she likes it here. And so I went ahead and reserved that for her right away when she said she would be a bi-weekly. So the spots didn't get filled up. So I guess she booked this one about a month ago and I just went ahead and reserved time for her. But she's not scheduled. I just put time blocks in to keep the space reserved. Alright, Miss Daisy. You like a bath? Hmm? Do you like baths? I bet you do. Sounded like her previous groomer who just retired took excellent care of her. Pet parent was very happy there. I've gotten a few clients from a groomer who just recently retired. Not sure if it's the same one, probably. She's got beautiful eyes. Very pretty Maltese, nice quality. Very good pigment around the eyes, and the whites of our eyes fill up the whole eye. A lot of these with the big soulful eyes that you see these days, there's too much white of the eye showing, which takes away from the whole look. But this one, you can tell she's very well bred. Pretty top line, really well built. Especially for a 13-year-old, she's beautiful. Supposedly she has a litter brother as well. I don't know if he lives locally or not, but he's very grouchy. I'm not sure if they have a good groomer for him, but sometimes I get along very well with the grouchy Maltese. So it's all a matter of trust. AKA Barnaby. I think we're doing Barnaby next Monday. He'll get to wear his new baby shark happy hoodie thing. It's not a happy hoodie, but it's a donut collar. Luca is also going to be able to wear that one, the Shih Tzu. Luca's going to be our new baby shark. And the shark donut collar. So funny. That must be Mia's dad. Okay, you're going to soak for just a minute. And I'll be right back. You go in here. Wait there, I'll be right back. I dripped soap all over the floor. Don't want Cat to come running back here and slip in it. Let me clean that up. Zoom, zoom. There we go. Hi. She's a funny girl. She's so sensitive. That one ear. It's always the one ear. She's like, nope, you can't do it.
On the messages there, I said, she's a real fighter.
I saw that. She's a funny girl. She's gotten more sensitive about the legs, I'd say, like the last 3 grooms. It could be her weight, you know, just...
It could be. She's up. I weighed her the other day. She's 19.4.
Yeah.
And that's too much.
Yeah. So I'm thinking it's only been since she started getting heavier that she seems more like, don't touch my legs. Before that, she wasn't doing that.
Yeah.
It's always only been the ear, so
Yeah.
that might be that.
All right. We'll check that out.
I don't know.
There we go.
I know when I put on weight, I get a little gimpy.
Well, you know, we went up to North Carolina, and some of the inactivity of driving up there and all that stuff added up to it. So,
Yeah.
but then I look at Jane's feeding her one night, and the dish is like this. And
Yeah.
I said, "What are you doing?" And she says, "Well, what are you doing?" I said, "Okay, I'm not arguing with it, but I'm doing 30 grams."
We measure ours out on a scale
Yeah,
every day.
Exactly. And
I told my husband, you need to measure mine like you do the dogs. He paws my plate up, and I'm like, can't you measure mine like you do the dogs every day?
I hear you, I hear you.
All right, Miss Mia, time to go. Come on, come on.
You know, last time you were here, you mentioned that you saw a beautiful hand strip schnauzer driving down Del Mabry. I realized it's probably our client. We have one that's hand stripped.
Wouldn't doubt it.
And she's co-owned by down in Sarasota.
Jerry Kelly.
Yeah, she's co-owned by Jerry.
Ah,
So she's really pretty. She's a Finnish champion, and they want to show her. And
keep going.
yeah, so, but
That was a good looking dog. I
she's
tell you.
very, very pretty.
Well,
Very
we're sitting
pretty.
there, and Mia's looking out, and I guess it's a male,
No, it's a female.
female, they're
Uh-huh.
looking at each other, and the driver, nice looking lady,
Uh-huh.
you know, she goes over and she, you know, big thumbs up, all that stuff, you know, so. it's
Yep.
pretty good.
It's probably her.
Yeah. I told, one other thing I told Jane, I said, listen, Jane, when you go up there and you see Suzanne, please, don't tell her to do this or that, you know, just let her do it, okay? You know?
Well, sometimes she likes a beard short and sometimes she doesn't. So whenever she wants it
Yeah,
cut back, we'll
one
do
time
it.
was, let's get the, you know, the eyebrows, and then it was the beard.
Yeah, and long eyelashes.
Please, do whatever you're right. You know? Come on, Mia, let's go home. Oh, my God.
Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne.
All right, you've had your 5-minute soak, and now it's time for your rinse. Come here. You're all right. I know. Hello, honey. You're a good girl. Thank you for those kisses. Yes, we're going to get you all warmed up. Uno momento. We just got to finish the bath. Good girl. You're just fine. You're very sweet. Yes, you are. You're very sweet girl. You're gonna be so pretty. Yes, you are. You're gonna be so pretty. Miss Suzanne loves you already. Yes, she does. You're gonna be a favorite little doggy. Yep. Miss you.
I used to groom a really pretty little Maltese named Daisy. She belonged to Captain and Shammy and Lacey's owner. And they had Daisy first long before they got Lacey. And Daisy was such a little cutie. A little Maltese. She lived till she was like 17. I think she passed away around 2019 or so. A long time ago. But she was so cute. And this is the first Maltese I've had named Daisy since her. So now I'm going to always think of the other Daisy when I think of you. And that Daisy came every 2 weeks too for her whole life. Yes, she did. And Lacey's still doing good. They brought her in to visit me a week or so ago. They're grooming her at home. They're doing a good job. Keeping her comfortable. Doing the right thing. It's okay. Not gonna hurt you. It's alright. We'll introduce this slowly. Yeah, because you don't seem to be too fond of this. So we'll just do a little today and a little more next time. A little more the time after that, and then you'll get used to it. Huh. It's all right. Good. There went that lid I lost this morning. It was on top of the towels. And then I put a fresh stack of towels on top of it and didn't see it. I knew it would turn up sooner or later. And now it's rolled under the tub. So now I have to crawl under the tub and get it.
Hey, pretty girl. Come here. alright. You're alright. I'm not trying to hurt you. It's okay, don't be so jumpy. Not gonna hurt you. Turn, turn. Turn, turn. Good girl. You're fine. This way. Up, up. Good boy. See, it's okay. I'm a nice person. I won't hurt the doggy. No. I won't hurt that cute little doggy. There. See? You're just fine. Yeah, it's just fine. Good. Hello. Daisy. Hello, Daisy. She's like, I don't know you. Stranger danger. Stranger danger. Come here. girl. I know, it's terrible. Just absolutely terrible things we groomers do to you doggies. We're just so mean to you doggies. Yes, we are. Do all these weird things, huh? Yeah. Stay. Good girl. All right, let's see what we can do with your face. I think it's your other Havanese.
So I used the Crown Royal #1 on her and it was just right. Really good for silky coats. And it was really good on Sophie the Havishon earlier for her hand scissor because they use like leave-on conditioners when they're brushing her out, and she was actually oversaturated with conditioner. She really didn't need that much, so I chose the #1 for her too, and it worked good. So definitely nice on these silky coats. I guess I can try ordering a couple of the products that I want again, since I haven't had any resolution on my missing package at all. There's still things in there that I still need, so, or want. So I guess I'll try Amazon again and order it again. Either that or set up an account directly with Crown Royal. Go directly to them. Maybe that'll work. Alright, so I'm going to go make her a different color pom-pom collar than what we're working with right now. Because she had this cute little rhinestone turquoise collar, so I want her pom-pom collar to match. I don't think her mom likes bows, so not sure. Of course, I could try a bow. So let's see, what are we gonna do? Guess I'll go white and turquoise, or turquoise and pink. Let's go turquoise and pink. That'd be pretty. The glue gun's not warmed up. Poo. Still not warmed up. Ugh. Alright, I just need to soften her beard. Sometimes these silky coats look a little chunky. They're a little hard to get the softened lines.
All right, there's Daisy for her very first appointment with us. And she did very good. Yes, she did. Daisy was a very good girl. Are we friends? Hmm? Come here. Come on. Are we friends? She says, no, not yet. Not yet. Maybe next time? Maybe next time we'll be friends. What do you think? Yeah? Maybe next time we'll be friends. Yeah? Oh, you got a little closer. Yes, you did. And when you shook your head, you showed me what I need to trim. Thank you. I like it when you get a little closer. Yes, I do. I like it when they scooch up to me a little bit. Yeah. I do. I like it when puppies scooch up to me a little bit. Yeah, I do. See, you pretty girl. Scooch up again. Do scooch up again. Yeah. Do scooch up again. So nope, that's as close as I'm gonna get. Yay, good girl. Good girl, that's it. Just little tiny scooches. Just little tiny scooches. Come on. Good. That's very good. Yeah. It's very good. She's cute, isn't she? All right. I'm going to go text her mommy. See what this hair is going. There's one little piece here I don't like. Wait. Wait. Let me get this one. Alright, I'm going to get Eddie straight in the tub and then we'll come back and clean up. Eddie, Eddie, it's your turn. How's my man, huh? There you go. It's okay. He's all right. I know it's okay. He's a good boy. Oh, I know. It's terrible. I know, baby. And your poor, poor, poor baby. Grand Style Dog Grooming. This is Suzanne. May I help you? Good. No, we're only handling dogs under 25 pounds. Thank you. So somebody wondered what the blue light on top of our foamers was for. It's because when they're running out of foam or out of juice, they turn red. So it just tells us when they're charged. And that one needs charging. You're all right. I think you're ready. Alright, Daisy's mom's here, so we're just going to let him soak in conditioner. I'll be right back. Be right with you. Daisy. You don't know your way around here yet. Come here. She's like, which way's out? That's a good new client. Full grown every 2 weeks. She better play. Yeah. She went ahead and scheduled out all the way to the end of the year. All right.
Eddie had a good deep conditioning treatment. All right, we're back. So Miss Daisy is scheduled every 2 weeks for pretty much the rest of the year, except when she's going to be out of town in October. So we'll be seeing a lot of her. We also agreed to try to groom her brother, Rambo. She did say that the previous groomer always ended up bloody after Rambo, and he's smaller than Daisy. He's a litter mate. But I told her that sometimes they do well, so we'll give it a go. and Rambo is spelled R-A-M-B-E-A-U. Rambo. Kind of cute. I guess Rambo draws first blood. Oh boy, we'll see. And I was right. She doesn't like bows on her Maltese. I didn't think she would. And she didn't, so that was a good call, not putting a bow on Daisy. But she loved her pom-pom collar. Grande Style Dog Grooming. This is Suzanne. May I help you?
Your account requires a brief status confirmation to maintain your current position in the search results.
Just thought I'd share. Mm, you could wash the Cavalier. 'cause I love you. Turn. Turn. second. Good boy. Yes, he's a good boy. It's not your mommy. Somebody else's mommy out there. Yes, only when she's kenneled though. Yeah, it's gross. So I have two more dogs today. Callie the Westie and Maggie the Cavalier. And Cat is washing Maggie the Cavalier now. And while I'm doing Maggie, I'll talk about how to keep her red color red. She's a Ruby Cavalier. For her pet parent to do some homework at home. I stripped her really good last time she was here and the color held beautifully. So we'll be stripping out some more of that lighter color today and carding the coat. But she's looking really good. Last time she was getting a lot of light color in through here. And so we got rid of it and it's coming back in dark color. But she still has, almost all rubies do end up with their furnishings and feathers going real light because that's the softer secondary hairs. And the primary hairs will stay very red as long as you don't cut them. But if you cut them, it goes almost light blonde. So you have to be very careful not to cut them. So we'll be talking about that while I'm working on her. And then after the video uploads, I'll probably cut that out into its own little video for reference material. All right. Didn't mean to catch that little tangle, Bubba. No, I didn't mean to. You can just towel dry her. You don't have to dry her. Are you my good boy? Yes, you're my good boy. Oops. Stick her in here with me. She'll probably make a lot of noise, but I'll be ready to start her in a minute. You're fine, Maggie.
Good girl, Maggie. All right, let's go text your dad.
It's funny when I thought about it that I feel like every Cavapoo that I've ever met has been red or reddish, even though the vast majority of Cavaliers I've ever met have not.
Just like doodles.
Yeah.
They're almost all red.
I guess so. Well, there you go with the red.
And
poodles.
cockapoos.
Yeah.
They're almost always all red.
Huh.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Because you hardly ever see any.
Hardly ever. Like I was looking at her, like I feel like I could remember every single one I've ever met.
Yeah.
That was red compared to all
I wonder what it is genetically that makes all the poodle mixes go red.
I wonder. You're very nice.
Either that or these guys are so hard to show that those are the ones who get sold off to the, because you can't keep the color on them. Like you can show them as puppies, but as soon as they start getting older, they start getting the really blonde legs, and so maybe they sell them off. She came from a puppy mill.
Don't look so worried.
She might be the mama to some of those Cavapoos.
Wouldn't that be nice? Thank you for that. They're nice too. She's a sad boy.
She's a sweet girl. She's actually doing really good. Normally you can't even let her run loose without her. I gotta get out. So this is, even with people right here, this is really good.
Yay, that's so nice.
She's getting there. After rearranging my room, I forget where I put things. So what do you guys think is the reason why most poodle mixes are red colored? Cockapoos, Cavapoos, Doodles. It's like they're all the same color. Y'all got any ideas? Seriously? Again? Just one moment. I need to respond to Ryan's. Actually, let's go back here. You too. Actually, that won't work. Just a minute, honey. Huh. Somebody named Ataka signed from our package that didn't get delivered. Atakota. Like, who is that? Just a minute, puppy. I gotta do this real quick. So let's go back to the original order. They want to know what I did receive. I already sent them a complete list of what I didn't receive. Now they want to know what I did receive. So, just a minute, puppy. Gotta find the email with the list. Here it is. Okay. So I received, and let's just copy this whole thing, and then I'll take out what I didn't receive. Come on. Oh, stop it. Just a minute, puppy. This is what happens when your groomer is also the manager. All right, now we'll go back to page 1. And reply. And paste. All right, we got that. We didn't get that. We didn't get that. Okay. We didn't get that. We didn't get that. This is a pain. We did get that. Puppy. We didn't get that. We didn't get that. We did get that. Okay, so we got 2 gallons of shampoo and a clipper. All right. So they're working on it. Looks like we're going to get our items eventually. Yay. We're working on it. Now, Maggie the Cavalier. So Maggie's mom likes her legs and feet and such trimmed short, but she does like to keep the color of the red coat. And so even though she likes a short haircut, she does not want to lose the color, so we can't do it like an all over short haircut, because if we did, we would lose color, which is typically true with most spaniels and flat-coated dogs. So if we zoom in, you can see, like on the top of her head, see all this light hair coming through. So there's really nothing you can do about the ears or, you know, the feathering where the hair's lighter. Not much anyway. But all these areas where you have the dark hair and then the lighter hair is coming through, all of this we want to get out of the way. And the reason why we want to get this light colored hair out of here is it is secondary hair and not primary hair. And the secondary hair is softer and lighter in color. And when it gets to a certain point, especially when you see it light colored sitting on top of the dark colored hair like this, what it's doing is just taking up space in the follicle. It's already released from the blood supply. It's just sitting in the follicle. And you've got the good hair, because these are a shedding breed, trying to come out, but the hair that is already released from the blood supply and such in the follicle, it's in the telogen phase. So you have the anagen phase, the catagen phase, the telogen phase, and the exogen phase. When it's in the telogen phase, it's already loose, it's just sitting there. And that's when we need to remove it. Otherwise, the primary hairs that are trying to come out are going to be kind of blocked, and they're going to try to weave their way out of a much smaller hole, and so they end up like softer and smaller in diameter, not as hard, and it also ends up more light color than dark color, and it tends to grow kind of wild and unruly, like this area here, where it's sticking way out past the guard hairs. So the way that we remove these hairs is, for her, because of her texture of hair, we use a fine carding knife. This is a Jody Murphy carding knife. Hold the skin taut and just comb it through. And that's going to remove out a bunch of the lighter colored hair. You can see how it's a lighter color than the hair that's being left behind. That's the first step. So you just go all over her with this, and you only use it in the parts of the dog where the hair is red naturally, like coming down into here, down the front of the leg, the neck. I don't use a carding knife on top of the head. I use a stone up there. So I'll show you that in a minute. I've got a fine stone, and I've also got a coarse stone. If you want links to these tools, go to our website at grandstylepet.com. Click on Haircuts by Breed. Then click on Cockers, Cavaliers, and long-haired Dachshunds. They're all on the same page because they all get basically the same groom as far as this part goes. They're all flat-coated dogs. And if you don't keep up with this regular, see how this hair is starting to flip up and go. A lot of Cavaliers you'll see just get this really long, unruly hair. And you can't take one to the groomer, you know, like once every 6 or 8 months and expect to bring down that long, unruly hair in a proper fashion with carding in one sitting. Because by then, the hair's already gotten softer because the follicles were blocked up. It's already kind of gotten deeply rooted because it hasn't been rotating out like it should. And it makes it almost impossible to bring it down into a nice flat coat all at once. So if you don't want to go to the groomer all the time, you can do this at home, carding the coat and using the stones on the coat. And you can keep your dog's coat nice and flat, and you can keep the color really nice. So I'm just going to go all along these areas. Anywhere where it's bony, you don't want to run the carding knife over. So I don't go down the fronts of the leg with the carding knife. Anywhere where it's nice and meaty on the dog is where you want to do it. And as soon as the comb starts going through the coat without grabbing hair, stop. Because then it will penetrate down to the skin. As long as there is hair that's coming out, it's not penetrating to the skin. You can already see how much I've got here. Let's see. Get this back down to where it should be. So you can see how much hair is coming out. Another benefit of keeping this undercoat hair out of the follicles when it's already loose is it's also blocking oil distribution. So your dog is going to be itchier. Its coat's not going to be as shiny because the oil ducts are also being blocked by hair. And each follicle has an oil duct, and each follicle can have 50 or 100 hairs per follicle, and that's why you have to keep them cleared out if it's a dog with a coat like this. And there's other dogs with similar coats, but there's different tools. So like a golden retriever, we would use a bit more of a rake type of tool because their hair is longer than this. It's not a flat coat. You know, there's just different tools for different dogs. So we're just speaking specifically for the tight flat coats, like a Cocker Spaniel, an English Cocker Spaniel, a Cavalier. With its hair already flat, you would use this. If its hair's already gotten longer, you'd need a rake. And long-haired dachshunds are just good examples. So now that we've gotten the bulk of this out, now we're going to go back over it, get all these light fuzzies. Typically, these light fuzzies come off with finger and thumb. So again, they're already loose. They're out of the, you know, they're not connected to anything. They're just sitting there blocking up the follicle. And so the light colored hairs, if you pull the hair forward and then just take it right by the end. That way you're only grabbing the loose stuff and you're not grabbing the good stuff. So pull it forward and then pick it right off the top. Pull it forward, pick it right off the top, and just keep doing that until that light colored fuzzy stuff is gone. And then right as you get to the very end with this, you can use your really fine stone and very gently drag it across the top, and it'll get what's left. So I don't know if you can see it on top of there. It's just getting out that loose hair. And she does have one lighter colored streak right up the middle of her head. That's her natural color. So we leave that and we just bring it all down into a nice flat look there. For her, I don't do the cheeks and stuff. Her cheeks stay pretty short, but this, I don't take this. And here I do clip it so you can see how light colored that hair is. And the only reason I clip it, she's really sensitive skinned and this is a sensitive area. So like if she were a show dog, they would be hand stripping that out right from the beginning. But you can see the difference in the color from where it's clipped. All around here, like up over the white, you got this blonde. So you can see what happens if you clip it right there. But it's a hidden area. It's up under her ear, so it doesn't really bother me. So here she's got this long hair that's light colored sitting on top. For these areas, I'm using my stone. Again, holding the skin taut, just grabbing the very tips of these hairs. You can see it doesn't hurt because they're already loose. And then I just get those out. Pick it up, pick it off, pick it up, pick it off. And we're just going to go all over these light colored areas. Now I'm not going down into this because these are her furnishings. Those are going to stay light, but I am going to go here, and I'm going to go right here where this is sticking out. So I want to follow the shoulder down, the front of the leg down, and through here, just like a U shape on the hip here, just this. And these areas just above her furnishing line, so just a little bit there. So it doesn't like all this doesn't get long and light colored. So those are the areas I'm going for. So I'm just going to pick all this up, hold the skin taut. My microphone died. How long have I had no sound? Did it just happen? Hopefully. I hate it when my microphone goes out. I'll fix it in a minute. $20? Ah. Seriously? How come nobody told me? Oh, you did. Oh well. Too bad. I was given lots of good information. It happens every time I talk. That's why I tell myself, just shut up, Suzanne. Don't say anything. Because every time I'm telling y'all something good, my mic goes out. Every time. Every time. It's so annoying. Oh well. I'm not going to say it all again. Oh well. Just shut up, Suzanne. Nothing worse than talking and not having my mic on. All right, we need to text her owner. I gotta move on to the next one. So annoying. All right, microphones. Just goes to show you how little I pay attention to the chat. All right, we have a microphone. Woohoo. Grand Style Dog Grooming. This is Suzanne. May I help you?
Nobody there. Well, Maggie, I guess your mom's not here. I'm gonna have to put you down. You're gonna get covered in drool, aren't you? And then I'll have to dry you again. Yay, there she is. Woohoo! Saved by the bell. Come with me. Come on. Where are you going? Meow. Run away, Westy. We gotta run away, Westy. Come on.
is Callie. Callie, I'm going to rake out undercoat too, but she does get clipped. So I'm going to use these little Andis undercoat rakes. They work real good for her kind of hair. And get some of this out of the way before I clip her. This one's not taking anything. Hello. Yes, I love you too. I do. I love the pupper. I know. I love it too. I love you too. So the same concept. Well, you didn't hear anything I said on the Cavalier. Shut up, Suzanne. Okay, got it. So anyway, getting some of this hair out from her undercoat is going to help her a lot. Just shut up, Suzanne. That's my motto. Shut up. So they like her short. Kind of a summer version, year-round of a Westie trim. Breed profile trim, but clipped. Short. Getting all this undercoat out of the way is how I keep their coat and skin healthy, even though they're clipped, and it helps me to not get clipper lines in the hair because I've gotten all this bulk out of here. Alrighty. Since they like her short, I just take out the entire underside. She doesn't need all that. Alright, so I used a 5 on her top line and her neck, her underside and the back of the tail. Now I'm switching to a 4 blade. And I'm following the lay of the coat, the way it grows naturally. Good girl. Callie's about 2 years old, I think. She's young. Maybe a little older than that, maybe 3. Time flies. She's a young dog. To the tub. I just saw we had a super chat. Who was that? Oh, MK, thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, to the tub. Scrub-a-dub-dub. We got a Westie in the tub. Over here. Don't do that. It's not edible. Just gotta kiss everything, don't you? Just you kissing this dog ever. Westies tend to get a lot of packed in undercoat, so I really try to loosen it up during the bath, as well as the raking before the bath. Then I'll do some carding after the bath. And that'll get a big bulk out. Good stiff brush in the bath is helpful. I used to have a huge Westie clientele. Don't hardly see any of them anymore. It's a breed I love to groom. Always enjoy the Westies. She's the last dog of the day. Hey, hey, hey. Get my cleaning done and I can go home. By the time I get done with this bath, there won't be any shedding hair left to come out. Because I'm getting a bulk out here in the tub. So even though you shouldn't use a carding knife in the tub, using a fine-tooth comb works really good. A plastic comb if you want to get hair out in the tub on a coat like this. Stay right there, Missy ma'am.
Okay. So if I prep a Westie with a 5 on the top of the back, just across the very center here, and a 4 going down the sides, after the bath, the top of the back, because of all the shedding coat removal, ends up the length of a 7, and the sides end up the length of a 5. And when you remove all that shedding hair, it all lies nice and tight and there's no lines. And anybody who's groomed Westies, if you try to cut under the top coat into the undercoat, you end up, like if you try to get a 7-blade length, like with the blade, you end up with these deep lines that you really have a hard time blending out. And I think that's why so many of them end up with that racing stripe down the side, or like a pattern trim. And personally, I think they look much better blended with leaving enough hair to stay on top of the undercoat, and then shedding, getting all that shedding undercoat out. I think it comes out looking just so much better. More natural. That's one of the reasons why I like prepping a dog before the bath with clippers too. Because if you tried to do all this work after the bath, it wouldn't look as good, in my opinion. My honest, humble opinion. Girl. Would you like to roll around for a second? Here, go in here and roll yourself around. Act like a wild woman.
Sassafras and Buckeye. Oh my goodness. All right, turn. Come on. Turn, 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 please. I'm using a 5 blade here. With a light touch. Not pressing in. Just letting it glide. Girl. Now I'm going to switch to a 4. Back here. Just go over this, see if anything comes off. Turn. Good girl. Girl. So I tried something a little different with her toenails when she was snapping at the nail drill. Normally I apply pressure with my finger to the toenail, and with her I decided, because the action that I use is bump, bump, bump with the nail grinding tool, so I did the same with my finger. Bump, 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 and it actually worked really well. So I'm going to try that more in the future. Rather than applying pressure, bump the nail with my finger in the exact same action that I plan on filing the nail with. I'm constantly trying to hone these training techniques that I'm using to get the best possible reaction from the dog. And Westies are notorious for hating their nails done, just like Yorkies. Notorious. So they like her legs and sides short. Not super short. She's getting done about every 5 weeks, but short enough to maintain. Typically, they have longer furnishings. Okay. So when Maggie, the Cavaliers owner, picked up, Maggie has really bad separation anxiety. She's a rescue dog. And when she picked up, I saw her mom do something, and I gave her the biggest attagirl for it. So when Maggie came out into the waiting room, her mom looked up and away. Did not look at that dog. I'm like, yes. Somebody understands the assignment. So eye contact is like the biggest thing when you're dealing with a separation anxiety dog. And eye contact will actually get the dog super hyper when, like, you've been away and you come back. And so the way she looked up and away told me she's been doing her homework. And the dog is greatly improved. We were saying, wow, she's really improved. And she has. And it's because of little things like that that the pet parent's doing. So I'm like, yay, you are doing amazing. And then she says, yeah, when I get home, after I've been gone, I don't look at her at all. You know, and I said I do the same thing because I've got a really bad separation anxiety dog. And when I get home from work, I do not greet my dogs at all. I go straight through the house. I don't look at them. And I say in a very happy voice, come on, come on, come on, let's go out. Let's go, 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 go. You know, and get them out the back door. And then I point without looking at them. And I point to the grass, go potty. After they go potty, then I lavish them with praise and attention, and they get a treat. So, you know, that not making eye contact and bending down and making a huge fuss over them till after they've gone potty signals to them that my being gone was no big deal. You know, and my dog's mostly worked out of his too. He'll trigger back into his separation anxiety, so I have to be really careful, you know, in certain situations. But for the most part, he's over it. But it'll rear its ugly head on occasion. And that's the same thing she's doing with Maggie, and it's just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Sometimes the best things we can do for our dog's mental health goes completely against normal human logic. The things we want to do, comforting them and coddling them and telling them what good boys and girls they are as soon as we walk in, and all that stuff actually makes our dogs more nervous. It makes us feel better, but it doesn't make them feel better. It's okay, it's just a moving table. It's all right. I scared her. It's okay.
All right, back on the table. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. You're all right. You're okay. I gotcha. I won't do it again. It's all right. And sometimes dogs do need comforting and hugs. They do. And nobody can tell me different. Poor Callie. Did the moving table scare you? Big tough terrier. Such a big tough terrier you are. It's okay. She's still looking for what happened. She's like, I don't understand. What was that? She's looking for it. Like, how did that happen? I don't get it. It made a noise and it moved and it's going to eat me. Few minutes over with her groom. Her people are probably out in the car. Told them 6:30. On the tail. Hold on, you're fine. Stay. got a little band here where she had been under anesthesia. So we're still trying to blend that out. It takes so long to blend those out. Come here. No. Put your foot down. Thank you. Stay. Good girl. All right, now it's time for you to see how the table moves.
Would you like to see? Watch. See? It's no big deal. See? Want to touch it? Here, watch. It's okay. See? See, it doesn't hurt the puppies. It's okay. No, I'm not going to hold you this time. You're a big girl. You can take it. It's just, look, it's just a table. It's just a table that moves. It's all right. So when you wonder sometimes why your dog's afraid when they come to the groomers, it can be something as silly as this. She's literally shaking because I just showed her how it moves. And it scared her that first time, so now she's like, ah. And so she might remember that next time she comes to get groomed. And she's gonna be like, but Mom, there's this scary thing in there. There's this very scary thing, and it moves under my feet, and it goes, Gee. That's what she's gonna say. That's what she's gonna tell her mommy. And her mommy's gonna be like, did something happen last time? Because like she's scared and she's never been scared before. And I'm gonna say something silly like, but the table moved. That's what happened. Do you think her mom's gonna believe me? No. No, she's not gonna believe me. No, her mom will. They've been with me a long time, but you know what I'm saying. It's like these dogs. It can be something so silly. She's literally shaking because the table moved. All right, tomorrow. What do we have for tomorrow? Tomorrow we have, starting at 8 a.m., Bubby the Bichon Mix, Maxwell the Maltese, Bo and Mia the Toy Poodles, Skylar the Yorkie, Coco the Miniature Poodle, the boy, Maui the Labradoodle, Ace the Black and White Ace Schnauzer, and Sophie a New Yorkie. That's what I've got scheduled for tomorrow. Between 8 a.m. and 6:30 p.m. all day, no breaks. Busy, busy, busy. All right, so that's what we've got scheduled. And I thank you guys for watching. Be sure to like this video, subscribe to my channel. Don't forget to hit the notification bell so that you don't miss my next upload. And I will see you guys all day tomorrow. Bye. Today's video was brought to you by our own company, Grooming Safer. I designed the Grooming Safer dog grooming harness with the intent to keep pets safe on the grooming table. This product aids in grooming dogs with collapsing tracheas, senior dogs with mobility issues, and wiggly puppies. The Grooming Safer dog grooming harness is also helpful with dogs who gator roll or rear up during the grooming process. The harness fits dogs from 2 to 35 pounds. We also have extenders for the dog grooming harness, enlarging it to fit dogs up to 115 pounds. I personally make each harness as they are ordered. Order yours today at groomingsafer.com.